Live. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to a public hearing with the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. And we are joined in the Maine legislature. We're joined this morning by our colleagues on the HCIFS committee. And I'm going to rely on my HCIFS chair to remind everybody what those letters mean, because at the moment I can't remember. Health coverage.
Health coverage, insurance, and financial services.
Thank you, Senator Sanborn. So we are in a public hearing about the governor's proposed supplemental budget, which is LD 1995. We're joined by members of the administration, or the bill also bill sponsor, Commissioner Figueroa. So before we begin, I'd love to start with introductions. Senator Sanborn, would you like to lead us off with your committee?
Sure. Thank you, Senator Breen. We'll start with Representative Arford.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. My name is Representative Poppy Arford, and I serve District 49, the western part of Brunswick.
And then we'll go to Representative Evans, who could rename himself when he gets a chance, but he can tell us his name now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am Richard Evans. I represent House District 120, including the towns of Atkinson, Brownville, Dover, Foxcroft, Milo, Medford, Honorville Township, and Lakeview Plantation.
Representative Matheson.
Good morning, Madam Chairs. Good morning to the AFA committee. My name is Christy Matheson. I represent District 1 in Kittery.
Representative Melorano.
Good morning. My name is Gina Melorano. I represent House District 62, which is part of Auburn.
And I am Heather Sanborn. I represent Senate District 28, which is half of Portland and half of Westbrook. And I see Representative Morris from HCIFS has joined us as well. So I'll have him introduce himself.
Yes. Good morning. My name is State Representative Joshua Morris. I represent the towns of Turner, Leeds, and Livermore, House District 75.
And I see Representative Quint is joining us as well, just in the nick of time. Oh, I don't know where she went. She must be here somewhere. Representative Quint, go ahead. And to introduce yourself.
Hi there. Sorry about that. My name is Tracy Quint. I represent House District 144, which is 17 towns in Southern Aroostook, including the town of Holton. Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
And Senator Stewart has joined us.
Hey, good morning, folks. I'm Trey Stewart, State Senator in District 2, which is 51 communities in Aroostook and Penobscot counties, and I reside in Prescott.
And I see Representative Blyer.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Representative Mark Blyer. I represent District 22, which is all of Leamington and part of Standish, Limerick, and Buxton. Thank you.
And I think I've got everyone on our committee, Senator Breen.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And we will start with introductions of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee. Representative Arata.
Good morning. My name is Amy Arata, and I represent House District 65, which includes New Gloucester and a part of Poland.
Representative Hymanson.
Good morning. I'm Patty Hymanson, representing House District 4, parts of York, Wells, Sanford, and all of Ogunquit.
Representative Ducharme.
Good morning. I'm Representative Jack Ducharme, representing House District 111, which is Norridgewock, Solon, and Madison.
Representative Cardone.
Hello, I'm Barbara Cardone. I represent House District 127, part of Bangor.
Looking for Representative, that's okay. Representative Fay.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jessica Fay. I represent House District 66, which is parts of the towns of Casco, Poland, and Raymond.
Representative Cloutier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I am Kristen Cloutier, and I represent House District 60, which is part of my hometown of Lewiston.
And I'm not seeing Representative Corey, but hopefully he'll be here soon, same as Representative Martin. How about Senator Davis?
Good morning, everybody. Well, my name is Paul Davis. I represent Senate District 4, which is all of Piscataquis County and parts of Somerset and Penobscot.
Representative Millett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone. Someone Millett, House District 71, towns of Norway, Sweden, Waterford, and West Paris.
Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Donna Bailey. I represent Senate District 31, which is Saco, Old Orchard Beach, Hollis, Leamington, and part of Buxton.
And my co-chair, Representative Peirce.
Hello, I'm Teresa Peirce. I represent House District 44, which is the majority of Falmouth, and honored to serve as the House Chair of AFA. And I believe Representative Corey and Representative Martin are in VLA this morning.
I see. All right. My name is Kathy Breen, and I represent 6.5 communities in Cumberland County, and I serve as Senate Chair of Appropriations. And just want to alert the public and folks who might be watching that we do serve on other committees. In some cases, we have bills in front of other committees. So if you see us popping in and out today in the Zoom, that's because we have obligations in other committees sometimes. So this is day 3 of the supplemental budget public hearing. And we are ably assisted by our wonderful analyst, Maureen Dawson, and our wonderful clerk, Judith Hammond. And I want to introduce Commissioner Figueroa, who is here to talk about the Department of Administration and Financial Services, some of the issues under her, under that office, as well as the Office of Affordable Healthcare and Professional and Financial Regulation Department. Good morning, Commissioner Figueroa. Welcome back.
Yes, good morning. It's nice to see you all. Happy day 3. Good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. I am Kirsten Figueroa, the Commissioner of the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. I'm here today to testify in support of LD 1995, the fiscal year 2022-23 supplemental budget bill. As Governor Mills said, Maine people deserve every ounce of hard-won progress that we've achieved despite the pandemic, and Maine people have earned the progress that is yet to come. This supplemental provides additional relief to Maine people and ensures the continuity of the programs and services so vital to Maine residents. The governor has proposed giving back half the surplus to Maine taxpayers to help them confront pandemic-induced inflation, and she sets money aside in the Budget Stabilization Fund and other important reserves to ensure we can continue to fully fund public education and revenue sharing, 2 major accomplishments of this legislative body and this administration. The governor also focuses sharply on addressing Maine's biggest challenges, including tackling our longstanding workforce shortages to improve our economy, providing an affordable world-class education for Maine people, and on bolstering a healthcare system that has been pushed to the brink because of the pandemic. The governor seeks to do this in a fiscally responsible manner that provides needed assistance and support to Maine people while heeding the warnings of Maine's nonpartisan Revenue Forecasting Committee, which has expressed significant concern about shifting economic conditions, calling the fiscal environment unprecedented and variable, and noting that the accuracy of their forecast becomes less reliable in future years, leading them to urge caution in use of the revenues. The supplemental builds on the investments of the biennial budget and the Maine Jobs Plan, both enacted within the last 7 months. There is one DAFS program listed on today's agenda the Accident, Sickness, Health Insurance Program. This program funds the management and administration of the state employee health plan, dental plan, direct reimbursement accounts, deferred compensation, vision care, retired teacher health premium reimbursement, the management of contracted services for employee assistance programs, and the development of health and safety policies and programs to reduce the incidence of illnesses and injuries to employees. There are 4 initiatives in this program, all on page A-1. The first 2 initiatives are positions to handle the quantity and ensure the quality of the work of the office. The Office of Employee Health and Wellness is understaffed with only 12 positions to support all of the health, dental, vision, employee assistance, wellness, deferred compensation, and other benefit programs for retirees and employees of all branches of state government, as well as multiple ancillary groups. The office also manages numerous RFP processes, vendor transition, and vendor relationships to provide and continually improve these benefit offerings. Also, as we modernize and transition from legacy systems, it's imperative the quality of data from numerous vendor files be validated and data quality measures be put in place to ensure ongoing accuracy. Without sufficient internal resources to achieve these measures, programming suffers, data inaccuracies cause processing errors, and covered employees and retirees are negatively impacted. The first initiative establishes 1 Public Service Manager 2 position in the Accident, Sickness, and Health Insurance Internal Service Fund to provide expertise in both state and federal insurance laws, as well as insurance trends and advancements. This position will provide guidance on benefit administration in accordance with plan design and law, support day-to-day operations of the office, including managing the team of benefits specialists, and research and provide expert insight into proposed legislation and resulting initiatives. Some of these needs are currently being met through a limited period position, but that position ends in June of 2022. This initiative increases the Internal Service Fund's personal services allocation by $121,746 and all other allocation by $8,333 in fiscal year 2023. The second initiative reorganizes 1 part-time accountant 1 position to a full-time public service coordinator 1 and transfers the position from the general fund to the Accident, Sickness, and Health Insurance Internal Service Fund. The office requires a full-time position dedicated to supporting programming, RFP processing, and data analytics for benefit administration. This initiative decreases the general fund personal services appropriation by $32,600 in fiscal year 22 and $34,006 in fiscal year 23, and increases the Accident, Sickness, and Health Internal Service Fund personal services allocation by $83,936 in fiscal year 22 and $88,181 in fiscal year 2023. The next 2 initiatives provide funding for approved position reclassifications. These position reclassifications occur when the employee in the position initiates a process with the Bureau of Human Resources seeking a review of their job tasks and responsibilities. In an approved reclass, as these were, the review by BHR confirms that the positions should be updated. The first, in the Firefighters and Law Enforcement Health Insurance Program Fund, self-funds the range change of a Public Service Coordinator 1. This initiative increases the personal services allocation by $6,584 in fiscal year 22 and $3,831 in fiscal year 2023. The all other allocation is reduced by the same amounts. The second reclass in the Accident, Sickness, and Health Insurance Internal Service Fund reclassifies a Public Service Executive 1 to a Public Service Executive 2. This initiative increases the Internal Service Fund personal services allocation by $7,073 in fiscal year 22 and $12,221 in fiscal year 23. I now draw your attention to Part Q on pages 25 and 26 of the language document. Last year, Public Law 2021, Chapter 459 established the Office of Affordable Health Care and designated that the executive director will be appointed by the governor. Part Q adds the director of the Office of Affordable Health Care to the list of positions with salaries set by the governor. Also, while I'm here, although Commissioner Head has submitted written testimony for the record, I will cover the Board of Dental Practice. There is one initiative for this board on page A145. The initiative provides funds for the approved reorganization of one consumer assistant and hearing coordinator position to a health services consultant position and related state cap charges. This initiative increases the other special revenue in the board by $5,474 in fiscal year 2022 and by $11,382 in fiscal year 2023. This concludes my testimony. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Figueroa. So just to be clear, is Commissioner Head gonna read her full testimony, or what you just did is gonna suffice?
We thought that what I just did was going to suffice.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. If you don't mind.
Great. Are there any questions from either committee, any of the committee members? Good morning, Representative Tepler. Do you want to introduce yourself before we start questions?
Thank you, Senator Breen. Yes, my name is Denise Tepler. I represent House District number 54, which is all of the town of Topsom. And after Representative Cloutier asked her question, I believe I have one as well. I need to look back at my notes. Thank you.
All right. Representative Cloutier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was just looking at our schedule, and I'm wondering if we're going to hear from Commissioner Head on the Bureau of Consumer Credit Protection. That was also.
Is that on today?
Yeah.
I don't think we're there yet.
I just didn't know if Commissioner Figueroa was going to do that testimony as well. Sorry.
That's okay. I see.
I don't see it on the schedule, but
looks like our wonderful analyst Maureen is here to help us figure this out. Maureen, go ahead.
That is my fault. I believe I missed the consumer credit protection on that detailed schedule, and it probably should be covered. So I apologize for that. And I think Commissioner Head might be, if she's still here, willing to cover that.
It is on our schedule, actually. I just thought we hadn't gotten to it yet, but let me just stop for a second and see if Representative Tepler has a question about what we just heard.
Oh, one more thing. Yeah, I think it is on yours. I had updated it, but I think on the original one that I had put out to in the ad in the newspaper, it was missing then, and I kind of snuck it in, hoping nobody would notice it was missing before.
I see.
That worked really well.
Representative Tepler, do you have a question about what we just heard?
My question will actually be for Commissioner Head about the Bureau of Credit Protection, so I will wait until she finishes her testimony. Thank you.
All right. So Commissioner Head, are you prepared to give testimony on the Bureau of Consumer Credit Protection this morning?
Yes, I am. I hope you can hear me. And yes, I'm here.
Wonderful. Welcome. Go right ahead.
Thank you. I am going to abbreviate my testimony because obviously the dental program has been covered by Commissioner Figueroa. So I am going to go right to what I know is of interest to this committee. and that is the Bureau of Consumer Credit Protection, and that is located on page A145. The Bureau of Consumer Credit Protection is one of our internal agencies in the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation. It encourages healthy competition among creditors while protecting Maine citizens from unfair and deceptive financial practices. The agency administers the Maine Consumer Credit Code, the Fair Credit Reporting Act, the Fair Debt Collection Practices Act, and other consumer financial protection laws. It administers the state's foreclosure prevention program, has taken on the role of student loan ombudsman, and most recently has been given oversight of private education lending and the private student loan lender registry. The agency regulates mortgage-related entities, including mortgage lenders and servicers. For more than a decade, the Bureau has operated Maine's foreclosure prevention hotline and housing counselor referral service to assist homeowners at risk of mortgage foreclosure or municipal tax lien foreclosure. Because of the Bureau's experience with these programs, the Bureau was tasked with the administration of Maine's Homeowners Assistance Fund program, which will make grants of funds provided by the United States Department of Treasury, authorized by Section 3206 of the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. These grants will be provided to help homeowners experiencing financial hardships resulting from the coronavirus pandemic. Such hardships may include payments due on mortgages, payments for municipal property taxes and utility and heating costs, as well as homeowners insurance. The Bureau does have a single initiative at the top of page A45 relating to its oversight of education, private education lending. Public Law 2021, Chapter 357, passed last session, intended to establish one permanent principal consumer credit examiner position to implement and oversee private education lending and the private student loan lender registry. Headcount for the position was inadvertently omitted from the fiscal note, and personal services allocation was mistakenly provided to the Office of Professional and Occupational Regulation. This initiative corrects that error and provides headcount and increases personal services allocation for the Bureau by $78,377 in fiscal year 22 and $109,710 in fiscal 23. The corresponding entry for OPOR, decreasing personal services allocation, can be found at the bottom of page A145. I am not presenting information today on what I know to be of interest to both committees, and that is the Maine Homeowners Assistance Fund program. However, I do have information about that program if you are interested in that, but it's not part of my testimony. So I would be happy to answer any questions you may have on that one piece of the department's overall budget.
Thank you, Commissioner Head. Representative Tepler?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here, Commissioner Head. My quick question for you has to do with that 78,000 that was transferred from your department to directly to the Bureau of Consumer Credit Protection. One of my concerns, and I believe our committee's concerns when we initiated the student loan program, was that Commissioner Lund has taken on the position of ombudsman himself in addition to all his other duties. Does this amount of money cover the cost of additional personnel in the department so that Commissioner Lund is freed up and not taking on quite as much as he was when he took on the ombudsman position?
Yes, that is exactly what is happening here. Until we realized that there was an issue in the fiscal note, that funding is going to cover 2 positions that were authorized for the Bureau of Consumer Credit Protection. So the answer to your question is yes. It was delayed for a period of time, but the Bureau of Human Resources has authorized those 2 positions to be filled, and it will take some pressure off Superintendent Lund, as you were hoping.
Follow up, please, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Thank you. So Commissioner, I just want to clarify, will Superintendent Lund continue to serve as the ombudsman and just have more staff to assist, or will one of the new hires or transfers actually be the new ombudsman?
Representative Tepler, I will certainly check on that, but my understanding is that one of those 2 positions will be assigned that responsibility, but it will certainly be under the oversight of Superintendent Lund.
Thank you. I'm happy to have it be another individual. I think, though, we will have to do some education as far as that goes, because I think one of the most important things about this program is that people have someone to contact, in particular, about their student loan issues.
I understand, and I will make sure, I'm sure that will be made very clear to Superintendent Lund. I know that he has taken on that role, and he certainly will be the person who makes sure that people with questions about this program will have a person to contact in his office. But knowing Superintendent Lund, that education will be provided to all of the staff members in that office for purposes of coverage. So I will check with Superintendent Lund and provide a response to your questions in writing and to the AFA committee members as well.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Senator Sanborn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you referenced, Commissioner, your testimony makes reference to the main Homeowners Assistance Fund program, but it wasn't clear to me whether those funds appeared in the supplemental budget or whether they had already been dealt with in a prior budget, or what the time frame was for the beginning of the program. So perhaps you could elaborate.
Sure. The actual allocation of those funds from the Department of Treasury have been transferred to the state as a result of not only LD1997, I think was the bill that began this process. So actually, Will Lund's taking on that program, the approval has already been transmitted from Treasury to Will Lund. So he immediately started the process, and it is complicated to send to number one, meet with housing counselors with whom he has contracts to explain the program to them initially, because they will be involved in providing assistance to homeowners directly. He then started the process with the procurement office of going out to bid on a software vendor who will create the online forms that will be used by homeowners to apply for funding pursuant to this program. I will say that it has taken a great deal of effort on his part and his staff's part to establish the foundations for the program initially. And there is work done every day with other parts of the state government to get the right software vendor. And in addition to that, I believe one has been identified and the contract issues are being reviewed by our attorneys for the department and in the AG's office. So I know that Will has been very anxious to get this online and moving forward. He has established contacts with lenders, banks and other lenders, and they will be the recipients of the money for individual homeowners. So homeowners will apply, and then the applications will be reviewed. And when a homeowner is deemed eligible for this funding, the funding will be transferred to the lender rather than the homeowner. The creditors will be paid instead of the homeowner, which is usually the case. So it is a huge program. He has spent with his staff hours and hours on this with our procurement people. And I know that he thinks it has taken too long, but that is the case with most of the programs that we as a state are involved in putting online to help all sorts of consumers in the state. So I can guarantee that he will let you know, both committees, when this is finally in place and the funds will flow. But it is a complicated process.
Just all set, Senator Sanborn?
Can I just have a quick follow-up?
Sure.
So my understanding is that utility and heating costs are included in the program as well. And we're coming toward the period of time when our electric utilities would be able to shut off people's service for their bills being in arrears as we come into the spring period. Is there a way for Will Lund's office to work with our utilities companies to make it clear that this money might be coming, or maybe able to fill that gap for certain homeowners?
That's a question I cannot answer right now, but I know Will is listening, and I would encourage him to put a response in writing and share it with both committees.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You're welcome.
Any other questions about Commissioner Head's testimony and the Bureau of Consumer Credit Protection from the committee? All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We might have, we do have some folks, at least one person here from the public. And so I'm just going to check in and see if that individual, I'm going to promote her to the panel now and see if this is the area that she wanted to testify on.
Good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, Senator Sanborn, Representative Kepler, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committees on Appropriations and Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. My name is Kate Endy, and I'm the Policy Director at Consumers for Affordable Health Care. We're overall generally supportive of many of the initiatives in the budget, but just wanted to raise one bill that I know had come before the Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services Committee that we would hope the final budget would include funding for. And that's LD 1390, which would create a voluntary checkoff box on Maine's income tax form, where someone without health insurance could indicate that they'd like to receive information about coverage programs they may be eligible for and how to apply. The Kaiser Family Foundation estimates that 8 out of 10 uninsured people in Maine are actually eligible for subsidized marketplace coverage or free or low-cost coverage through Maine Care and CHIP, but are not enrolled. The bill did receive unanimous bipartisan support last year and would help ensure more Maine people are able to access the coverage programs they're eligible for. And I know you have a lot on your agenda, so we'll keep my remarks brief, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Representative Peirce, you have a question for Kate?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Could you repeat the LD? I didn't grab my pen quickly enough.
Oh, sorry, 1390. It's an act to maintain health, to maintain health coverage for the uninsured through an easy enrollment in the Maine Care program or in a qualified health plan in the marketplace.
Kate, do you have any data about other states who have done that on their income tax?
So there are a couple states that have done that, including, I believe, Colorado and Maryland. And so I can try and track down that data and return it to the committee.
That would be great. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Any other questions for Kate Endy? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I believe that concludes the testimony for the 10 o'clock section. We are going to hear some more from Commissioner Figueroa starting 10 minutes ago. This has to do with more initiatives for her department, as well as from the Office of the Treasurer and Office of the Legislature. But I believe those issues are under the jurisdiction only of appropriations. So I think that our friends from Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services are free to get on with their day. We look forward to your report back. You guys are always very prompt about that. So we look forward to that. And thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Senator Breen.
All right, so Commissioner Figueroa has some more testimony, some language parts, I don't know if we have we do have the treasurer here, great. So Commissioner Figueroa, back to you.
Good morning again.
Good morning again.
I will start on part I, which is on page 19 of the language document. This part authorizes the state controller to transfer $10 million in 2022 to the Budget Stabilization Fund. During the Mills administration, savings in the Budget Stabilization Fund has increased by over 130%. With this proposed transfer, the balance will exceed $500 million. The current balance is $493 million. Part K is on page 20 of the language document. This part authorizes the state controller to transfer up to $8.5 million from the Reserve for General Fund Operating Capital to a COVID-19 response fund. This continues an initiative established pursuant to Public Law 2019, Chapter 618, to ensure the state has access to funds to continue to address pandemic-related expenses. The funds may be expended based on allotment established by financial order approved by the state budget officer and the governor. Any reimbursements received for expenses paid from these funds must be returned to the Reserve for General Fund Operating Capital. And any remaining balance in the COVID-19 Response Fund on July 1, 2023 must be transferred by the state controller to the Reserve for General Fund Operating Capital. Also, I will bounce to page A133 and the corresponding part KK language on page 45 of the language document. There was one request in the Legislature Study Commission's funding other special revenue funds account. This initiative increases the all other allocation by $300,000 in fiscal year 2023 to support the work of the Commission to develop a paid family and medical leave benefits program. This allocation is supported by the transfer of funds by the state controller to this account. This commission was established by Resolve 2021, Chapter 122. The commission is charged with studying the paid family and medical leave benefit programs in other states, including those that have established paid family and medical leave benefits programs, in order to make recommendations to implement a paid family and medical leave benefits program in Maine. In its review, the commission will include the equity of the program funding, state partnerships and consortiums, including information technology needs, education and outreach needs, oversight and structure of the program, and the relationship between state government and the employers and employees participating in the program. Based on the review of other states, the commission will contract for and complete an actuarial study of the planned program, including startup costs and ongoing costs, the economic impact and the benefits to the state, and the contributions needed to maintain the solvency of the program. And based on the actuary study and other factors considered by the commission, make recommendations to implement a paid family and medical leave benefits program, including any necessary legislation. The commission has met and reports progress in the discussions. A subcommittee has interviewed actuarial firms and is working to finalize a proposal, which will likely exceed the original Resolve funding of $200,000. This $300,000 supplements the original funding to fully fund the actuarial study, as well as to ensure the ability of the commission to summarize the information from the study, consolidate other data gathered, and articulate the recommendations of the commission. This concludes my testimony. And Treasurer Beck is here to do the state treasurer debt service.
All right. Treasurer Beck, if you could just hold on a second. We have a question for the commissioner about her. We have a couple questions for her. So Representative Hymanson and then Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So $500,000 for the actuarial work. Can you tell me a little bit about that work?
No, I can get specific details about what's happening, but I'm sorry that
That's okay. That's all right. Yeah, if you could just, it's a lot of money. So,
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'm the co-chair of that commission, so I'm happy to answer questions if that would be helpful.
Yeah, that would be great. Either now or we can talk offline about it.
So thank you, Madam Chair. So we're in the process of interviewing actuarials to do that study. And there are 3 proposals that have been submitted, and we did our first round of interviews with them. That was on Monday, which is why I missed part of our AFA session. And so we're really sort of in the process of figuring out which one of those actuarials we're going to bring forward to do the study. So I'm not sure if that answers your question or if you have more specific.
Well, it's a lot of money, $500,000. So I wondered what the scope of their work was. Is it over a year, or if you could just tell me about the scope of their work.
Sure. So we're in the so what we're trying to do is figure out, there are a lot of different levers to pull when you're looking at a paid family and medical leave benefits program. So you want to look at who all is covered, what percentage of wages you're looking to pay out for folks, what reasons are for leave. So is it like postpartum recovery? Is it personal medical care? Is it care for a loved one that people are taking time off for? It's dependent upon the number of weeks. And so the way that the actuarial does it is they create these kind of levers, like I said. So it's sort of putting together, if you choose this from the percentage reimbursement and this for who's covered and this for the number of weeks. And sorry, my phone is ringing. So that they're putting together cost analysis for all of those different variations so that we can then choose, look at what is the most beneficial program for the people of Maine, but also what is most cost effective. And we can figure out what the best combination of those things are, I guess. So it's a little bit more of a complicated actuarial study than what would normally, I think, happen.
So do they have a list of deliverables that you're
Yeah, the commission has provided them that list. And like I said, it's a bunch of different things. It's a very kind of large list, I would say. And they sort of put those things together, I guess, like a recipe, maybe, if you think about it that way.
And in the end, do we have a computer program that has all of this on it? Is there something created?
Yeah, so there are tools that they leave with us so that we can sort of, revise as needed, because they're looking to provide this. I think the deliverable date would be September 1st, so that if we were looking to do to create a program, we could do that in legislation in the next legislature, or submit legislation to do that. And understanding that, the costs of these things can rise and fall between those timeframes. So yeah, tools will be left with us to be able to do that.
And do you know if the tools are subscription based? Are they,
They're not.
Okay.
They're, programs that these individual firms have created based upon their experience with creating those programs for other states.
Okay, they're proprietary, it sounds like.
Maybe, I'm not exactly sure. But they take sort of the formulas and then they adapt it based upon Maine data and demographics.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, appreciate that.
Yeah.
I had just one, can I ask one more question? Is that?
Sure.
Just about the stabilization funds that are created. I know this has been asked before, but can there be one page that tells how each fund, how the money would be taken out of each of the funds, what the process is for the Maine Care stabilization, for the rainy day fund, and for there's a third one. Education.
Yes.
The proposed parameters.
Yeah. Yes. Right. Thank you.
I would also just add that it's not just, I don't think these funds cover just the cost of the actuarial, but the continued sort of work of the commission as it relates to the actuarial study, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So our thought is that our commission has done our work so far. We've gotten permission to continue meeting this session. And so I think the idea is to get the report back from the actuarial and then continue our work as a commission. And this funding helps to support that as well.
Thank you. Thank you for your work with that.
Senator Bailey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a quick, easy question, Commissioner. How much is currently in the COVID response fund?
Originally, it was $11 million, and that had been transferred to DHHS. As we indicate in the testimony, and as was the case when this fund was originally established, if some of those funds are recovered through reimbursement, they're paid back. And some of the expenses have since been paid back by the Federal Emergency Management Agency. And so to the tune of $3 million, we're still receiving some reimbursements. So it's possible that more will be returned. So to date, about $8 million has been spent from the funds that you allocated for this purpose. So there currently, I guess I would say there's no money in the fund. We used what we had available and we're re-upping this language so that we can continue to do that as necessary.
Do you think we could get a tally of the money that, the flow of the money that went in and, a little spreadsheet about that fund since it was created?
Sure.
Thank you. Representative Peirce?
Just to, go ahead.
No, I was just going to add that it has been extremely helpful to be able to have access to funds, while especially like there were some things that we thought that the Federal Emergency Management Agency would refund, but we had access to be able to pay for them and then get the reimbursements. That process is time, right? Takes a little bit of time, so it's helpful to have those funds. But so I did just want to put out there that this has been extremely helpful. While other funds have been coming, sometimes we need them a little quicker than those. So, but I think it is an outstanding question of how much we are expecting to get back. And so I can, as I'm doing this one pager, we'll be able to get that answer too.
I'd like a little more detail on the 11 million that was transferred to DHHS from the original that we put in there. Just, is there a few bullets about what that went to? And then does that get reimbursed? I'm a little.
Well, that's primarily it has been DHHS that has needed the transfers from this fund. And it was mostly for testing, for pandemic supplies related to testing.
Okay.
The contracts that we did with testing vendors. So that will absolutely be part of that one-page summary. Yeah.
Representative Fay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And sort of following up on that and along those lines as well. And I think this is for Maureen, just for my own information, is could we have the original language so that I can refresh my memory around how we set up that fund, or point me in the direction where I can find that?
Maureen absolutely will do that. And I can also include it in the one pager as part of the history.
Thanks.
Any other questions for Commissioner Figueroa? All right. I think we will move on then to, thank you, Commissioner. We'll move on now to Treasurer Beck. Talk about debt service. Good morning, Mr. Treasurer.
Good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, members of the committee. I am your State Treasurer, Henry Beck, and I'm here today to testify in support of the debt service portion of the supplemental budget. The section to which I'm referring appears on page A155 of the budget document. Right before the beginning of the 2020 general obligation bond sale, my office, after consulting with Commissioner Figueroa and our financial advisor and others, we opted to structure the bond repayment for that transaction to forego a principal payment in the first year of prepayment, to do interest only. And that was information that was shared with Commissioner Figueroa and shared with this committee. At that time, we opted to do the same for the 2021 transaction. We're here today because, of course, we are in a very different situation than we were in the spring of 2020 when it comes to concerns about liquidity and revenues. We're here today to ask for this additional supplemental appropriation, so to essentially go back in time and pay the principal payments for both of those transactions, for both of those first year payments. This is simply a best practice. It's a way to get it out of the way. What it will mean for the future is it will slightly affect future payments for principal and interest for those transactions in the future. This is all calculated using a substantial carry forward, because as you know, as I've discussed with the committee over the years, when we budget for our debt service, we overestimate the cost of borrowing, both with regard to the interest rate and internal borrowing. We also typically overestimate, overplan for the actual size of bond sales. But by keeping those same estimates and to meet our obligations in FY23, using a substantial carry forward of about $20 million. We do ask for an additional $2,281,922. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions at the pleasure of the committee.
Thank you very much. Representative Millett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Treasurer Beck, would you provide us with the current debt service schedule and anticipated issuances for the coming June? And also with respect to what you just indicated, I can recall in the past a couple of other occasions where debt issuances delayed or deferred the first principal payment until a succeeding year. But in those instances, my recollection, I could be wrong, was that the legislature was fully informed of those changes in advance, so that the schedule we were funding, the debt service schedule, acknowledged that well in advance. It sounds like this has been done after the fact without prior legislative review and authorization. Am I misinterpreting what you just said about the issuances from 20 and 21? Because it is a policy question, and one that normally I would think would require legislative review in advance.
Certainly legislative review. And so that's why we had these conversations with the commissioner, who I understand had similar conversations with the committee. And I was trying to think about, has there been a time where this committee and the full legislature would have sort of, through a supplement or otherwise, voted to sort of book those savings? And I'm not sure. But to your question, no, we were very sensitive to legislative review. I'm not sure about the legal question about discretion. The authorizing bills that come to your committee say that the bonds have to be paid back within 10 years. That's certainly a hard and fast rule, but we did consult with the commissioner, who I understand was to consult with you.
If I might just follow up, Madam Chair, I don't recall, and maybe this is an occasion for Commissioner Figueroa to weigh in, that the committee or the chairs and leads were advised of this. And full disclosure, in an earlier era when I was Commissioner DAFS, we did this as a money savings idea, and we were very transparent up front, because we used the savings of that first year principal to balance the debt service in that first fiscal year. And so I'm not trying to be critical of what you've done. It's been done before, but boy, this is something that I think warrants full transparency with the legislature in its entirety, because we are constitutionally obligated to pay debt service. It looks like right now we have a shortfall in the debt service account, and that should not happen if everything went according to the schedules that you provide us each year as you get ready to go to the bond market.
Sure, I certainly agree with the importance of the transparency. I will, and it may be the case, well, I'll let Commissioner Figueroa, if she has any recollection about those conversations with chairs and leads. Remember, this was probably, in May of 2020.
Yeah, I remember, and I'll go back and look. I remember that we talked about it while we were testifying on the debt service and adjusting the budget for that. But I'll go back and look. And I don't want to ask a question that I don't know the answer to, but I don't believe that we are short. Our debt service plan still plan to pay those bonds off in the 10 years. What we're saying is, because we have the capacity now, let's go back and do the principal that we didn't pay, which will mean those payments will be less over the next few years, which evens out our debt service. There's no intention of not paying as we are required to pay. Is that an accurate summary, Treasurer Beck?
Very much so, because we make all our payments to Depository Trust Company and our contract. And so we are allowed to go back in time and do, an additional payment if we wish. and that's just good for our profile. It's best practice, but we're certainly meeting all of our obligations according to our bond contracts and according to the 10-year payback period required by the authorizing legislation for any bonds that you've seen and gone to the voters.
If I might follow up just quickly, Treasurer Beck and Commissioner Figueroa, the explanation that Commissioner Figueroa mentioned may appease my concern a little bit. However, we need to see the schedule of debt service obligations going forward, not just for 23, but 24 and 25, as we usually do. So if this is not a real shortfall, but perceived opportunity to go back and undo something that was done in 20 and 21, it may be appropriate to use some one-time money, but we need to see the projected schedules, how it relates to carry forwards, and what the debt service picture looks like going down the road. I'm particularly concerned about this because we have, with the administration, tried to restrain additional bonding during this period of revenue forecast. And I think we should be seeing some downstream reductions in debt service. So it's very important that this committee and taxation committee be aware of those future projections.
Certainly, what I will provide, and I have it in front of me, I can send it right away to the committee representative. I remember sharing it on my screen with you last year. We have the debt service dashboard, which shows the projections, not just for 23, but FY 24 and 25. What's not immediately apparent in the spreadsheet is what portion of 23 that's budgeted are these principal payments that were foregone for those first year paybacks of those two sales. But yes, I'll provide that right away. The debt service dashboard, it also documents the carry forwards I discussed, and happy to provide that or anything else that's helpful and for piecing this together for you.
All set, Representative Millett? You're on mute. I'm sorry, I still can't hear you. Okay, I should be able to hear you now.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay, thank you. Treasurer Beck, I have a question that's a larger, I think I might know the answer, but I just want to confirm. Given that the interest, given the economic realities right now and inflation and interest rates are changing, bond we have issued in the past, are those interest rates firm at the time that we issued them, or are they going to be variable over time?
So we don't have the ability, like some issuers, to sort of do refinancing for outstanding debt. As you sort of said, I mean, the past few years, especially, it's just been so competitive, there'd be no need to refinance. Right. We're certainly, and it's related to your question, we're certainly sort of thinking all the time about the timing of the 2022 sale. As you know, there's no requirement that the transaction occur and pricing occur in June, but there are logistical reasons that it usually occurs then. But we can't take advantage of refinancing essentially the way other issuers can. But we are otherwise keeping an eye on rates and volatility, which certainly exists right now.
So the bonds we've already issued, those interest rates are static. Is that right?
Static.
Okay, thank you.
Pre-negotiating, right? Contracted.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Treasurer Beck? Mr. Olson, I just want to give you a chance to introduce yourself.
Thank you, Senator Breen. I appreciate it. For folks that don't know me, my name is Greg Olson. I'm the Deputy Treasurer, and I'm pleased to be here with Treasurer Beck today.
Thank you for joining us. Any other questions for the Treasurer, Office of the Treasurer? All right, we don't have any members of the public here, so I think that concludes this morning's public hearings. Oh, Representative Hymanson.
Yeah, thank
Do
you.
you have a question for the treasurer or
I have
like a committee
for the
question?
treasurer. Yeah.
Okay,
question
go
the
for it.
treasurer. So just to put my mind right about our bonds, we were talking about prepaying principal. So we're able to prepay principal.
Well, that was an imprecise term. We are paying to the depository trust company money in principal that we would have been paying in fiscal years beyond this biennium. So by adding this $2 million in the supplemental, we're slightly reducing over time future principal payments for those two transactions, in which we forego a principal payment in year one.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, treasurer back, Mr. Olson, thank you for joining us. We appreciate it. So I think that concludes our morning activities, and we are scheduled to be back on at 1 o'clock to talk about more things related to DAFs and to main revenue sharing, the main revenue services, and we will be joined by our colleagues on the taxation committee. And I believe Representative Cloutier is going to be our guest chair for that session. Representative Hymanson, your hand is still up. Do you have another question? Guess not. All right, any other questions about what we're doing this afternoon? All right, if you're gonna stay signed in, make sure you turn off your mute, do mute and turn off your camera, or you can leave and come back in at 1 o'clock. Thank you all.
So welcome back, everybody. I'm just going to give it a couple minutes. I don't see the chairs of tax here yet, and I don't see our good chairs yet either. So for those of you who are just joining, I'm giving it a couple minutes for our friends from taxation to join us. So I see the House Chair of Taxation has joined us.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Good morning, afternoon.
Should we wait a few more minutes for more tax folks, or do you want to get started?
Let's see. No, let's go ahead and get started.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
No worries. So Judith, do you want to begin live streaming? Oh, okay. Welcome everyone to the joint public hearing of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs and Taxation Committees on LD 1995, the Governor's Supplemental Budget. I am guest chairing our meeting today, so bear with me. We're so happy that you all could join us, and I'm so happy to see my friends from taxation here with us. So I'm going to start by asking committee members to introduce themselves, and I'll start with our friends from taxation. So Representative Terry, do you want to start by introducing your members?
Sure, absolutely. I'm going to go by what I see on the screen. Let's start with Representative Sachs.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Melanie Sachs. I'm proud to represent House District 48, which is Freeport and part of Pownell. Nice to see you all.
And next we have Representative Matlack.
Good afternoon. I'm Ann Matlack. I represent House District 92, which includes the communities of Cushing, Thomaston, South Thomaston, St. George, Matinicus, Creehaven, and the Muscle Ridge Islands.
And Representative Gramlich.
Thank you, Representative Terry. Good afternoon. My name is Lori Gramlich, and I represent House District 13, soon to be House District 131, which is the lovely seaside community of Old Orchard Beach.
And Representative Carmichael.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Representative Mickey Carmichael. I represent House District 137, which is 22 communities in Hancock, Washington, Penobscot County.
And I am Representative Mo Terry. I represent District 26, the west side of Gorham. I serve as House Chair on the Taxation Committee. And joining us from the Taxation Committee is Julie Jones, our analyst. And it looks like Lena Braun, our committee clerk, is also with us. Nice to see you all. Thanks for having us.
Thank you, Representative Terry. Hi, Julie. It's nice to see you again. So now we'll move on to the members of AFA, and I think I will start with Representative Cardone.
Hello, I'm Barbara Cardone. I represent House District 127, part of Bangor.
And Representative Ducharme.
So I'm Jack Ducharme, representing House District 111, which is Madison, Solon, and Norwich Walk.
And Representative Fay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jessica Fay. I represent House District 66, parts of the towns of Casco, Poland, and Raymond.
Representative Hymanson.
Hello. Hello, I'm Patty Hymanson. I represent House District 4, which is parts of York, Wells, Sanford, and all of Ogunquit.
And Representative Millett, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome everyone. Soen Millet, House District 71, citizens of Norway, Sweden, Waterford, and West Paris.
And how about Senator Bailey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Donna Bailey, proudly serving the residents of Senate District 31, which is Hollis, Leamington, part of Buxton, Saco, and the lovely seaside community of Old Orchard Beach.
And Senator Davis.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Paul Davis. I represent Senate District 4, which is all of Piscataquis, Patson, Penobscot, and Somerset. Thank you.
Thank you. And our good usual chair, Representative Peirce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Teresa Peirce. I represent House District 44, which is the majority of Falmouth.
Thank you. And I am Kristen Cloutier. I represent House District 60, which is part of my hometown of Lewiston. And as I said, we are here today for a joint public hearing with the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee and the Taxation Committee. And I think we'll start with departmental testimony. And I'm assuming that Commissioner Figueroa is going to lead us off with that.
Hi, yes, that is a good assumption. It's nice to see you all again. Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, Senator Chipman and Representative Terry, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Taxation. I am Kirsten Figueroa, the Commissioner of the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. I am here today to testify in support of LD 1995, the fiscal year 22-23 supplemental budget bill, specifically those items on today's agenda. I think all of them, actually. As Governor Mills said, Maine people deserve every ounce of hard-won progress that we have achieved despite the pandemic, and Maine people have earned the progress that is yet to come. The supplemental provides additional relief to Maine people and ensures the continuity of the programs and services so vital to Maine residents. The governor has proposed giving back half the surplus to Maine taxpayers to help them confront pandemic-induced inflation, and she sets money aside in the Budget Stabilization Fund and other important reserves to ensure we can continue to fully fund public education and revenue sharing, two major accomplishments of this legislative body and this administration. The governor also focuses sharply on addressing Maine's biggest challenges, including tackling our state's longstanding workforce shortage to improve our economy, providing an affordable world-class education for Maine people, and on bolstering a healthcare system that has been pushed to the brink because of a pandemic. The governor seeks to do this in a fiscally responsible manner that provides needed assistance and support to Maine people while heeding the warnings of Maine's nonpartisan Revenue Forecasting Committee, which has expressed significant concerns about shifting economic conditions, calling the fiscal environment unprecedented and variable, and noting that the accuracy of their forecast becomes less reliable in future years, leading them to urge caution in the use of the revenues. The supplemental builds on the investments of the biennial budget and the Maine Jobs Plan, both enacted within the last 7 months. For instance, through the biennial budget, the Mills administration and the legislature have already returned $371 million to Maine people and Maine businesses, including sending $285 checks to more than 500,000 hardworking men and women in Maine and providing $222 million in tax relief for Maine people and businesses. From the Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan, we've launched the State Property Tax Deferral Program, a lifeline program that can cover the annual property tax bills of eligible Maine people who are ages 65 and older, or are permanently disabled and who cannot afford to pay them on their own. The program will allow Maine's most vulnerable community members to age in place and ensure that property taxes are still delivered to municipalities. The program requires repayment of the funds once the property is sold or becomes part of an estate. I'll start with the supplemental items, beginning on page A5. With the COVID pandemic relief payment program and the accompanying language in Part L. This initiative returns half of the projected surplus recognized in the December 2021 Revenue Forecasting Committee report, $411 million, to the Maine people. These payments will amount to $510 per person and will be distributed to an estimated 800,000 taxpayers. Payments will be made from July 1 to December 31st of this year to eligible Maine citizens who file their Maine income tax returns by October 31st, 2022, and have income under certain income amounts. The program will promote the general welfare of the citizens of the state by providing COVID pandemic relief payments to eligible Maine citizens for reasonable and unnecessary unreimbursed expenses incurred as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic disaster, including pandemic-driven inflation. To fund the program, Part L on pages 20 to 23 of the language document creates the COVID Relief Payment Program Fund, Other Special Revenue Funds account, and transfers $411 million to the fund from the unappropriated surplus of the general fund. The fund may be used for each payment to each eligible Maine citizen and the costs of administration, programming, mailing, public outreach, and taxpayer assistance associated with the program. Moving on to page A8. There are two initiatives in the Bureau of Revenue Services. The first initiative establishes one revenue agent position, which is required to comply with Public Law 2019, Chapter 441, an act regarding the collection of the sales and use tax by marketplace facilitators. The position will provide additional audit resources that are necessary to comply with the law. During the legislative process for this law and highlighted in the fiscal note, Maine Revenue Services identified the need for an additional revenue agent to support the increase in audits associated with the marketplace facilitators. This initiative increases general fund personal services appropriation by $90,943 and all other funding by $8,333 in fiscal year 2023. The second initiative establishes 3 tax examiner 2 positions and provides funding for temporary staffing associated with the expanded student loan repayment tax credit. The positions are required beginning in October 1, 2022 to process the increased numbers of credits and provide taxpayer assistance relative to degrees earned at non-Maine community colleges, and universities after 2007, and other qualified individuals who were previously not eligible for the credit. Temporary services staff are required to assist with the transition to the new program and validate unused credit amounts from prior tax years that are eligible to be included in the program. This initiative increases general fund personal services appropriation by $211,104 and all other funding by $130,306 in state fiscal year 2023. Statutory changes related to the tax credit are covered in Part H. On page A9 is the Unorganized Territory Education and Services Fund. This fund disperses tax revenue assessed on unorganized territory properties to the counties that provide services to the unorganized territory. There is one initiative in this program which increases the allocation by $5.5 million in fiscal year 2023. This will increase the ongoing baseline for the account to align with the projected reimbursements and will reduce the need for future financial orders. Now moving to the language, Part E, which is on page 12 of the language document. This part increases the value of Maine's Earned Income Tax Credit, EITC, which provides a refundable tax credit to working Maine people and working Maine families, an impact of $27.6 million in ongoing general fund dollars, so families can afford necessities and fight poverty. This makes permanent the same initiative from Public Law 2021, Chapter 398, and is estimated to help 100,000 Maine people, primarily working families with incomes of less than $57,414, with graduated eligibility levels based upon income and number of qualifying dependents, by increasing the maximum benefit by an average of $400 per family, bringing the total EITC benefit per family to an average of $764 per year. Part F on page 15 of the language document proposes $7 million in ongoing general fund to provide property tax relief and to ensure stable housing by increasing the maximum benefit of Maine's property tax fairness credit. If approved, an estimated 100,000 low and middle income property owners and renters who pay more than 4% of their household budgets on property taxes or rent will be eligible for a refundable tax credit valued at up to $1,000 each year, with an even more generous $1,500 in maximum relief extended to seniors. This makes permanent this initiative from Public Law 2021, Chapter 398. Combine the increase in property tax relief, Part F, and EITC, Part E, have the potential to infuse on average an additional $650 into eligible Maine households each year. Part G is also on page 15 of the language document. Part G proposes an income tax deduction for education loan payments made directly to a lender by nonprofit student loan repayment programs administered by the Finance Authority of Maine for Maine residents who are employed in Maine. Part H is on pages 16 through 19 of the language document, addressing the interconnected elements of a trained and ready workforce and reduced education loan debt burden is an important action item in the 10-year economic development strategy. A generous and simplified education loan repayment credit does just that. While the current Education Opportunity Income Tax Credit has received significant national press attention in recent years for its promise as an effective tool, the impact is less than it could or should be. The calculations for the current credit are very complex and depend on where and when you went to school, what you majored in and whether that qualifies as a STEM degree, whether loans have been consolidated, and periods of employment during the taxable year, among other criteria. Part H of the supplemental budget replaces the current complicated credit with a clear, broader, and simpler credit. The new credit is fully refundable and equal to the amount of loan payments made directly by the taxpayer to the lender during the taxable year, plus the amount of any carryover allowed, up to a maximum of $2,000. The credit applies to taxable years beginning on or after January 1, 2022. A qualified individual may receive a total lifetime credit cap of $25,000. The simpler and broader tax credit is a better approach to assisting taxpayers in paying their student loans and keeping and attracting workers to the state. To assist taxpayers ineligible for the refundable EOTC, unused credit carryover amounts from the credit for educational opportunity may be claimed and applied to the new credit by a qualified individual for tax years beginning before January 1, 2027, subject to the same credit limit of $2,000. This part also repeals the employer credit and the insurance premiums tax credit for educational opportunity for years beginning on or after January 1, 2022. Implementation of Part H results in a revenue loss of approximately $42 million in fiscal year 2023. I'm now going to shift to the State Board of Property Tax Review. If that's okay, I'll just do all of it. Okay. On page A147, there is one initiative in the State Board of Property Tax Review. This initiative establishes one limited period director and one limited period office specialist position through June 8, 2025. This is an independent board established to hear and determine tax abatement appeals involving non-residential properties with an equalized value of 1 million or more, and appeals arising under the tree growth tax law, the farm and open space law, mine site cases, working waterfront designations, and municipal valuation appeals. This initiative increases general fund personal services appropriation by $2,250 and all other funding by $16,606 in state fiscal year 2023. The board chair acts as the director, which is likely too much to ask from a volunteer part-time position. It is expected that these limited period positions will allow the board to catch up on its backlog of work, which is significant as a result of both the pandemic and increasingly sophisticated cases from large corporations such as Walmart. Decisions by the board impact local tax issues, and municipalities need timely decisions. Providing adequate staff support is necessary for clearing the backlog of cases. And now I'll do the pieces under the Office of the Treasurer of the State. The Municipal Revenue Sharing Program, which exists to stabilize the municipal property tax burden and to aid in financing municipal services, is divided into two programs: the State Municipal Revenue Sharing 1 program and the Disproportionate Tax Burden 2 fund. The Office of the Treasurer of the State processes both Revenue Sharing 1 and 2 payments. The monthly revenue sharing pool is funded by a transfer of a percentage of sales, service provider, personal, and corporate income tax receipts. Municipalities receive funds according to a set formula that relies on state valuation, tax assessment, and population. As a reminder, the current rate for revenue sharing is 4.5%. It will increase to 5% on July 1st, 2022. This will be the first time since 2009 that the rate was 5% without any reduction. The Disproportionate Tax Burden Fund, more commonly known as Revenue Sharing 2, can be found on page A155 of the budget document. There is one initiative in this program which adjusts allocations to align with the December 2021 revenue forecast and the proposed tax changes in parts E, F, G, and H. This initiative increases the other special revenue funds, all other allocation by $474,977 in fiscal year 2022 and decreases the allocation by $245,876 in fiscal year 2023. The State Municipal Revenue Sharing Program, known as Revenue Sharing 1, is on page A156. There's one initiative in this program that adjusts allocations to align with the December 2021 revenue forecast and the proposed tax changes in parts E, F, G, and H. This initiative increases the other special revenue funds, all other allocation by $22,646,306 in fiscal year 22 and by $17,707,152 in fiscal year 2023. The overall impact of increases in the December 2021 revenue forecast and the proposed tax changes is an increase of $23,121,283 in fiscal year 2022 and $17,461,276 in fiscal year 2023. This concludes my testimony. Thank you. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. I also see that we're joined by our colleagues from MRS, and I'm just wondering before we move into questions if Dr. Allen or Mr. Sagasser or Mr. D'Alessandro had anything they wanted to add. All right.
I think they're all set, but they're on deck for
questions. Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. So questions for Commissioner Figueroa or any of the folks from MRS. Representative Cardone.
Thank you. Commissioner Figueroa, my question actually comes from a constituent of mine, and it relates back to the COVID pandemic relief payment in the governor's proposed budget on page A5. As I understand the language and your explanation, in order to qualify for this relief payment, you have to have filed a tax return, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. My constituent is concerned that there are many Maine citizens who may not file a tax return because they don't meet the required the necessary requirements to have to file, but they've still been impacted negatively by the pandemic. And is there any way to modify this program or to do something to make sure that these citizens would be included in this payment refund?
So I'm going to start, and then I can see that Dr. Allen's on, so he can jump in. But so what we would encourage is for those people to file a tax return. That you don't owe any liability is not a reason not to file. And as a matter of fact, those tax filers may be missing out on other credits, such as the sales tax fairness credit, the earned income tax credit, the property tax fairness credit that we're talking about, and this opportunity. As part of the plan with this program, we do intend to do some outreach and have people do that, but we think the benefits are many to making sure that you aren't missing out on other opportunities just because you don't have the liability. Would you adjust any of that, Dr. Allen?
Good afternoon. No, the only thing I would add to what the commissioner said is that for those people that only file an income tax return now because they want to receive the benefits of the sales tax fairness credit or the property tax fairness credit, there is a checkbox on the income tax return saying I'm just filing because I think I'm eligible for those two credits or one of those credits. So that would be the case with this particular payment. They could file, they could check that box, and as the commissioner pointed out, they may be eligible for programs that they're currently not taking advantage of, in addition to being eligible for the COVID payment.
So there would be a checkoff box for the COVID payment?
There wouldn't be for the COVID payment, but
is that what you're saying?
There wouldn't be for the COVID payment, but there are many people now that aren't required to file an income tax return because they, as you pointed out, they don't make enough income to owe any income taxes, but they do file to get the benefits of the sales tax fairness credit or the property tax fairness credit. And we do have a box on at the front of the income tax return saying, I'm just filing because I'm eligible for one of those two credits. And they could just do that in order to get a tax return into the system and to become eligible for the payment. And as the commissioner pointed out, they may also find out they're eligible for the property tax fairness credit and or the sales tax fairness credit and get more than just the payment. And hopefully that may keep them in the system if they are eligible for the sales tax of property tax fairness credit.
Okay.
There
So
wouldn't
we-
be a specific checkbox for this one, right? Because we're using the
No.
tax returns that are being filed right now. So we don't have the ability to change that for this, right? To add that for this program.
Correct.
But like I
Correct.
said, part of the plan will be to let people know that there are options.
If I could follow up, just do you have outlined what those options and what that outreach will be?
Well, high level, yes, people are talking about using, there's a number of different tax forms. There's, right, going through the town offices, putting things up on our website. It will get more defined as we move forward, but those are some of the options.
Thank you.
Obviously, letting our legislators know so that they can share with their constituents would be another one.
Representative Terry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for presenting this. If I could just throw a little something out there for Representative Cardone and her constituent. Cash Main is a great resource for folks that haven't filed or don't usually file their taxes. They can give great advice on why they should be filing their taxes and what kind of refunds that are available to them. Madam Chair, I have several questions on several parts of the bill. Should we would you like us to stick with one topic? Because I do have a question on that pandemic relief fund as well.
I think you can go ahead with whatever questions you have.
Okay, so I'll play it by ear as we go along. So Commissioner, my question is about the threshold for that pandemic relief. You had mentioned that there are qualified folks. Is it just is the qualification only that they filed taxes for 2021, or is there a financial threshold as well?
There's both. It's for those who file a 2021 main income tax return by the deadline of October 31st, 2022. As a full-time resident, not claimed as a dependent on another's return, and have federal adjusted gross income of less than $75,000 if filing single, or if married and filing separately, $112,500 if filing as head of household, $150,000 if filing jointly.
Okay, great, thank you. And then if I could, I'll lower my hand, but if I could jump to the next question, which is, there's actually two having to do with the opportunity main credit. One is we're looking for 2 more examiners. Is that correct?
3.
3 more, thank you, 3. How many do we currently have for that particular job? And maybe Dr. Allen might be able to answer that faster.
No, he might, but I don't know. I just assume that we probably get that answer back to you. These would be.
Okay.
Do you know the answer off the top of your head, Mike? I don't want to ditch numbers out.
No, I think the commissioner's right. We can ask the income tax division. We can get that information.
They would be
for
in
you.
the income tax division, and I have a lot of stats on that division, and unfortunately not at my hands right this second.
It's okay. I don't want to overdo it. Okay, and then also having to do with the opportunity main credit that we currently have, lowering that credit for folks. I'm very familiar with that credit just because I've had the fortune of being on the taxation committee for a long time. But there's a lot of folks that have used that credit for quite some time now that would be getting more than $2,000, a bigger credit than $2,000. Is there something that we are doing for those folks with it, in addition to that carryover, that little bit of carryover that you talked about a little earlier?
No, the one program would end and the other program would start.
Okay.
If enacted, this would retire more than 85 million in student loan debt through fiscal year 2023, and the uptake is estimated to increase by 200% of those that would be eligible. And so there is a give take there of the credit going down for some and being available for others.
Okay. Terrific. I will stop there and raise my hand again once we've gone through a bit.
Thank you, Representative Terry. Representative Bramlett.
Thank you, Representative Cloutier. I have a question for the commissioner with a little bit more specificity around the COVID pandemic relief payment program on page A5. Thank you for articulating the eligibility threshold for what the financial eligibility would be, Commissioner. I'm curious if you can help me understand how those thresholds were determined.
They were the thresholds that we used for the $285 checks. And so we continue to use them for this program.
Follow up, if I may.
Sure.
Thank you. And maybe this can be, something that we can kind of unpack a little bit when we further work the bill, but I'm curious if there was any conversation about re-examining those thresholds in terms of having more pointed relief going to Mainers who might be most in need.
We did examine the thresholds and in the conversation, and feeling like the targeted low to middle income relief that we were looking for, that the same group that we used for the 285 checks was the right group to use for this check.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Graham. Representative Millet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My questions also relate to the so-called COVID pandemic relief payment program on page 5 and the language in Part L on pages 20 through 23. And I'd like to start with 4 different areas of questioning, but before I get to them, I'm wondering if in work session we might have an opportunity to revisit the title of this program. While I think it was appropriate for the $285 checks that were distributed last year, I think we're really talking about a tough winter with inflation, high energy costs, gasoline prices, what's happening in the supply chain, and more recently in Ukraine. But that's a subject for perhaps a work session or another conversation. But to the 4 areas, and Commissioner Figueroa and Dr. Allen, maybe just to frame it up, given the report of the revenue forecasting last night or yesterday and the news report, the first threshold question for me is how much? And I would just ask it as a question now, Commissioner, will there be a change package to reflect what the governor commented in terms of the newly identified forecast increase? Because right now we're talking in this supplemental at 411 and 510 as a payment to 800,000 people. So that question is one more of timing and planned communication. But just quickly as a question to Commissioner Figueroa, would there be a change package likely coming as a result of yesterday's forecast?
Yes.
Okay, so we can deal with that at a later time. So the how much piece I will defer on. The next question is to whom? And the questions of Representative Terry and Representative Gramlich have focused a little bit on my focus here. As we finalize the payment of the $150 million from last fall, I think we ended up with a cohort of around 525,000 people, and we're talking about 800,000 beneficiaries this year. So to the questions that you answered, Commissioner, and to Dr. Allen as well, the parameters seem to mirror, as you indicated, Commissioner, what we used last year. So part of the to whom question is, where did the extra 285,000 beneficiaries come from, and what profile would you describe them as being, or as qualifying for because of? My other two questions, once we get to the to whom, and I think it's becoming clearer and obviously will be a major issue during the taxation committee working. The question then is how calculated in both terms of complying with that extra population, as well as can we get to a methodology of calculating that might result in an earlier version of the flow of the payment, so-called, the transfer to the actual beneficiaries. And that leads to my final question of when. When I'm thinking about and would like some initial thoughts from both of the DAF's representatives on whether or not we could actually do a quicker calculation than waiting until the October deadline for the 90-day extension, and get those payments in the hands of the beneficiaries sooner, whether it be electronically or otherwise using direct deposit mechanisms and so on. So just to recap, and I think you've answered one of my earlier questions, we'll wait on the how much. On the question of the to whom, maybe if you could start, Commissioner, with the extra 285,000 beneficiaries and what kind of profile they fit.
So yes, as a reminder, the $285 was a thank you to those people who continued to work through the pandemic. And there was a requirement that they had wage earnings on their return. And this does not have that requirement. So the additional 275 people are people, for instance, Maine's elderly who live on Social Security or retirement income were not eligible for the 285, but would be eligible for this. Self-employed or business owners whose corporate structures require reporting of business earnings rather than employee income on their tax return would be eligible for this one, but weren't eligible for the 285. That's very helpful. And I wondered if that was the case. So to Representative Gramlich's question on focusing, this notion that the eligible beneficiaries would not have to be limited strictly to wage earners could be a major expansion of benefit to people that are really struggling, it seems to me. So to my other, go ahead. Oh, yeah. So I would like to talk just a tiny bit about the name. We have structured the program specifically with the language of the federal government in mind, meant to have them not be taxable at both the state and federal level. And so the words are COVID pandemic relief to eligible Maine citizens for reasonable and necessary unreimbursed expenses incurred as a result of the pandemic disaster are the federal words, and would include pandemic induced inflation and some of the energy things that we're seeing. And so that is, I do want to explain that is a little bit of the wording. We're using the Fed words to do the relief that we're doing. As far as the timing, as we talked about the program, the checks will start as soon as, or even, as soon as July, maybe a little bit sooner, because we just did a round, so we kind of know what we're doing, but, and through the end of the year, it wouldn't wait until everybody filed. But what that October deadline does do is it does give people, for instance, who don't maybe typically file, an opportunity to take that extra time to say, I am going to do this filing, but I'm going to do it later. So the checks really would go out. Now, we have had conversations because people have asked about electronic deposits, and we're going to continue to have that conversation. But the thing is, if you send a check to the wrong address, the check comes back to us. If you send a check to the wrong electronic deposit, it's much harder to recover, as you might know if you've ever had that happen, it's very hard to get that money back. And so we're trying to figure out what options we might have, but we are a little bit worried about that. We know how to process checks. We know what to do with them when they get returned. We know how to try to find people, as we've had to do with the 285, and then send those checks back out. So that is one consideration. But we've heard the question, and we're kicking the tires on the options. But the fact that we're waiting till October doesn't mean that the checks will start in October. They'll start as soon as we can. Once we have approval, we'll start the process of them.
I appreciate both responses, Commissioner, because to comply with the IRS and other issues, the naming may need to be the same. We who are politically motivated might want to make clear to our constituents that this is as much COVID related as inflation related, but I understand where you're coming from on that. And on the issue of kicking the tires and the timing, sounds like you're interested in looking at the possibility of avoiding the cost of actually printing a check and a letter and an envelope and postage, and avoiding those costs and trying to get the money to the people who are really struggling, maybe waiting for winter to finally end sooner rather than later. So if the electronic options that you reference in the kicking of the tires idea pan out, I'm hoping that discussion could occur in the work sessions with the taxation folks and have some real serious consideration. We'd like to think of it as a transfer of resources, not just a check, and getting it out there sooner rather than later. I'll stop now because I think my concerns and thoughts have been voiced, and I'm sure we'll have plenty of opportunity to talk about this further.
We just want to make sure that the expense of having the money go to the wrong place doesn't outweigh the expense of the others. So absolutely continuing those conversations. Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Representative Millett. Representative Sachs.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and so grateful for this opportunity to dialogue with both committees. Representative Millett, we have not met, but I think I'm your twin. Not quite sure. My tax committee members can confirm that, I think. So Madam Chair, with your permission, I have just a few clarifying questions, as my colleagues have put in many of the same questions that I had around targeting, et cetera. Although, Commissioner, I do just want to confirm, did you just say that the intent of these payments, so whatever that check amount ends up being and to whom, if it does pass, are those now considered non-taxable benefit? Is that the intent? Did I hear you say that?
We create the programs with that intent, obviously can make them state tax exempt. The final determination on a federal tax exempt is always the IRS, which is why we've been using the words that were in the federal legislation. But the IRS, okay. we don't speak for the IRS, but that's our intent with the programs.
Okay. And is there a process for which you appeal to the IRS for their conformity with the state of Maine, or is there, how does that process work?
Well, that is, we can continue to have that conversation. I asked that very question today.
I'm so glad. You're also my twin. Thank you. I appreciate the clarification that the intent would be state exemption for this particular benefit. So I appreciate that very much. So I just had a few technical questions. Can you help me?
The given is state tax exempt for sure. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioner, for that. To clarify, what is the difference between G and H? They're both credits for educational loan payments, and the sum pages 15 and 16.
So the difference in G is that
I understand H, that came through tax committee. I'm good with that, but what is the difference with the G?
The G language is when loan payments are made directly to a lender, And they right now count as income for the student who had those loan payments paid. And so this would provide that income tax deduction for those funds. And then of course, H is the tax credit, the refundable tax credit that you would be applying for on your income tax.
Perfect.
And Mike, you're good at keeping your head steady. I never do that. Mine bobs and shakes. And so if I'm saying something, yeah, okay. All right. I feel better when you do a little tiny bob that I've said everything correctly. Okay.
And I just again want to confirm the language that's there. Part E and F, this is the earned income tax credit and the property tax fairness credit. Those are now permanent moving forward. This is not just, we had a temporary fix in our first one, and now this is for, at the moment, perpetuity moving forward, putting those levels enshrined, correct?
That is correct. We did them one time in the biennial and are proposing that they be ongoing.
It's going to say very popular constituents of District 48, especially the property tax fairness credit. So thank you for that. And then my last question clarifying is you stated that the municipal revenue sharing for R2s, which I see goes down in 2023, you said was a reflection of the projections, revenue projections of December 2021, as well as changes in E, F, G, and H. Did I hear that correctly? And can you elucidate on that a little more? Because I see it goes up in the next projected forecast.
I'm not even going to start this one. Dr. Allen, would you be able to talk? Or, I mean, I know the math of it, but if you feel like you can give part of an answer now, we can expand on it in the work session, but
I can tell you I'll just say what's behind the question is we had strong forecasts in December 2021. We had a really good one that also came out yesterday. And those changes in E, F, G, and H are actually permanent. So why is it that it goes down a little bit and then goes up moving forward? It's fine.
Well, the revenue forecast would increase, but the tax changes would reduce those monies that are going to, right? Because it reduces the income that's coming to the state. The little difference of what's happening in fiscal year 23 and that 2-1, I'm not exactly sure, but I know Mike can talk about the math that happens. And then as a reminder, and as to the previous conversation, what happened yesterday in revenue forecasting is not in these numbers. Right. Those will be in the change package. Yeah.
Right. And so it's just those R2 districts are going to get a little bit less based on these things in that little piece now, and they're projected to go back up. But I just wondered where that, if we think that's going to be part of the change package or not. And we can definitely delve in later on if needed, or send me the math and I'll do it as bedtime reading later on. I'm happy to do that too.
Mike, do you?
We can certainly, in the work session, provide you with that information. My quick response, I think, is that the revenue impact of the tax changes is a little higher in FY23 than it is in 24 and 25. And so that may be affecting revenue sharing a little bit more in FY23, and then it goes back up again in 24 and 25.
Great, thank you. And that's fine. I'm very protective of revenue sharing, so thank you very much. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Representative Peirce.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I had two questions, if I may. One of them, actually, Representative Millett asked a few of them around the checks, but I think it was very important that you talked about that title. So for the exemption from taxes, which is a really big deal. And then also the fact that this really is going to a bigger group of people than those $285 checks. That was very targeted to people who worked during the pandemic. So I think that's an important illustration. So I appreciate the good representative bringing that up, and the answer to those questions. Obviously, of course, we always want these to go out sooner rather than later. So I appreciate your diligence around that as well. My real question is about the opportunity tax credit and those people who saw that we offered this, moved back to the state, utilized the program, or in the midst of utilizing the program, and we're going to then change the program. I think the changes are smart and the right way to go. I think that we'll benefit greatly as a state by making those changes, but I am cognizant of the fact that people made some life decisions, around what was offered. And so I need to better understand if those tax credits going forward in some way work to help that group. I don't need my answer now, and maybe even the tax committee can think about that when they're reviewing this, so that when your report back comes, some of those questions have been asked. But I really want to understand those credits going forward, and if they do help the people who did make some decisions. And I have a couple constituents who moved back here under the old system and are affected by the potential new system. That being said, I think the new system is, I wish we'd had the system you're proposing in the beginning, right? Like something like that in the beginning, but that's not the case. And sometimes things just take time to work through. And I know you had a subcommittee of the tax committee working on this, and certainly appreciate the work that was done on it. So don't need an answer right now, but I definitely would like to understand that a lot better. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Bailey, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too share my colleagues' concern about the fact that there doesn't seem to be any grandfathering provision on the new opportunity tax credit. And I'm in hopes that either the taxation committee can come up with a solution for that, or that we can, working together. My question, it's twofold. One is, I think I need some information for the work session, and it might be information that the taxation committee already has, but how many people in fact claimed the opportunity tax credit in 2021? I mean, how many people are we talking about? I don't know, because I'm not on taxation. And of those people, again, how many claimed more than $2,000? That would be very helpful information for me. And one aspect I wasn't clear on the proposal was, how would those folks who, again, have been availing themselves of the current system and made life decisions based on it, how is the $25,000 lifetime cap going to affect them? Thank you.
Got it.
So that's a question for the work session. Okay. Before I move on to Representative Terry again, I want to offer Senator Pouliot the opportunity to introduce himself and ask his question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay? Great. So the Opportunity Maine program change was one that was done through a significant amount of work last summer with a number of stakeholders who had interested bills. So and then we brought that forward to tax committee and kind of landed on this. I will say that, I've shared with the department my concerns too about folks that were made promises and then effectively kind of, I guess, for lack of a better term, feels like the rug's being pulled out from under them. And so, I think that we really do, it's incumbent that we make this change now because we have the resources to do it, and it streamlines the program and makes it a lot easier for access and equity. Right now, there's about 13,000 participants in the program, and we're looking at, going north of 40,000 with this change. So it's a threefold increase in the number of Mainers that this will assist, but we can't do that, I don't think without either A, making a tough decision now to rip off the Band-Aid, if you will, or B, a backfill for some folks. Now, it's my understanding this really is not going to start to impact people's taxes until they file really in the spring of this time of 2024, because we'll go into effect for 23, which then they don't file till 24. So the folks who are getting, that you're hearing from, the STEM recipients now, they're going to keep getting that this year. And next year is when the change goes into effect, but then that's not up until their taxes for following year. And the department, if I'm wrong on any of this, can correct me, but I believe that that's accurate. So, I mean, I think that I'm really encouraged that this is in the supplemental, but I'm discouraged that it's not really what we came to a consensus on in our work group, nor is it a consensus of the committee. I mean, we settled on 2,500, and it's my understanding that there's only 2,000 in here, which is a lot for people that are getting nothing right now. But that's even more of a tune-up, if you will, for folks who, you know, are getting 4,000 or 5,000, 6,000 plus. I mean, if you're a dentist in Maine right now and you own your own practice and you pay yourself as the employer plus take on the private, some people are getting $12,000 to $15,000 out of this credit. Now that's a really, really, really minuscule percentage of the population, but they've figured out the loopholes in it and they're getting that. Good on them, you know. But so I guess what I would share with the committee is this: I really don't want perfection to be the enemy of good here. I do think that this is a sensible change. And sometimes, you know, fortunately, we're not in a discussion here of cutting programs. You know, that's what this committee has had to do historically when we don't have enough resources. I guess it is an adjustment to a program, but it's a program that isn't guaranteed. So, you know, if resources were to dry up and we may have to down the road 10 years from now, eliminate the whole thing, I hope not. But I think that these folks are still getting a benefit. I would hope that we can move forward with this sensible change to streamline, simplify, and most importantly, increase access for tens of thousands of Maine people.
I will correct the one thing. It does actually start with this tax year. So it would be in the next tax filing. And then to the $2,000, I think I would just say that on average, the benefit has been like $2,000. And so that's how we use how we came to the 2,000.
Yeah, and Commissioner, I want to say you and your whole staff have been phenomenal through this process. It's not lost on me how difficult it is to have a multi-million-dollar bill funded in a supplemental. So please don't take this as being ungrateful or anything. I just, you know, I'm hoping that we can work together to get somehow to that 2,500. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Terry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think seeing no other hands up there that we're done with the opportunity main credit question. So I will jump into another question, another part of the bill. The property tax review board positions that are proposed in this are, it seems, temporary positions, including getting an executive director as opposed to the board chair. First question is, how long does that last? And second question is there a reason why? I understand that there's a backlog of work, but the backlog of work started pre-pandemic. I wonder if there's a reason why that is not a permanent position, at least the executive director, versus it just being a temporary one.
Thank you for the question. So this is an independent board, and it does now have a backlog that has grown larger because of the pandemic and the complexity. And while not directly responsible for the independent board, we did try to brainstorm how we could help the board get caught up. And also in that evaluation, the structure seems complicated for cases that involve hundreds of pieces of paper. That, you know, there's a lot of professional knowledge on the board, but the coordination of having all those pieces of paper and making sure that all those cases are heard, it seems like to have all that fall onto the part-time board chair maybe is not the best structure. So while we figured that out, we thought we would ask for a limited period director and office support to get caught up for one, and then to see if that wouldn't be a better structure for the board and make more sense ongoing. And if it didn't, not put ourselves into the position of having had asked permanently for the positions if something else came out in the next couple of years as to being a different solution.
Okay. And a follow-up, if I may, Madam Chair. So that being said, is it the administration's, I guess, will the administration, if things are successful now, be trying to make those changes going forward? I'm going to assume that things will be successful because I have high hopes. And I do agree, knowing the work that they face, that an executive director would be good going forward. So having said that, is that something that we need to take care of in the legislature? Is that something that the administration can move ahead going forward?
Well, we would come back and ask to make it permanent.
Okay.
In a future budget.
Okay.
And to your point, assuming that everything works out the way, right, if it's successful, then we would do that.
Yeah. Okay, great. Terrific. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Commissioner Figueroa or our colleagues from MRS? All right, seeing none. Before we move on to the public input section of the hearing, I just want to note that Senator Breen and Representative Collins have joined us. And I'm wondering if Senator Breen, you want to introduce yourself?
Thank you very much. I'm State Senator Kathy Breen. I represent 6.5 communities in Cumberland County, and I'm Senate Chair of Appropriations. And my hat's off to Representative Cloutier, who's doing an excellent job chairing our hearing today. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Collins, did you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Representative Benjamin Collins, representing part of the city of Portland.
Thank you. And so now we're going to hear from any members of the public who wish to speak on the bill. And I'm going to be moving folks over from attendees to panelists. So you're going to be getting a notice on your screen asking you to accept that invitation. And I'll need you to accept that. And then once we have you all over here, we're going to be going in alphabetical order by first name, since that's how you're showing up on my screen. And there is a brief pause between the transition, so don't think that you've been kicked out of the public hearing. And so we will start with Jake Demosthenes, and I hope I did not butcher your name.
It was great, thank you. Members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs and Taxation. My name is Jake Demosthenes, and I have lived in Maine my entire life, and I'm a graduate of the University of Maine. I will be graduating from the University of Maine School of Law in May. I am here to express concerns regarding Section H of the budget. The proposed changes to the Educational Opportunity Tax Credit in the supplemental budget will have a substantial negative impact on my plan to work in Maine and pay off my student loans. And I know that I'm not alone in my reliance on the existing program. When deciding whether I could afford to go to law school, one of the central reasons I chose the University of Maine was the EOTC. I took loans out relying on this program as is. I was relying on this legislature and our governor to protect this program, which has kept me in Maine for almost the entirety of my educational career. These changes will not only reduce the annual cap on the tax credit by more than 55% for some taxpayers, but will also create a previously non-existent lifetime cap on the reimbursement, something that was not a part of the working group's proposal. Under the current scheme, a person who graduated from the University of Maine in 2018 is reimbursed a maximum of $374 per month. This results in the graduate receiving $4,448 over the course of the year in reimbursement. Under the governor's proposed changes, that same person may now only be reimbursed $2,000, a 55% decrease in reimbursement to graduates. After these caps are hit, a taxpayer has no incentive to stay in Maine and likely has not paid off more than a fraction of their loans. A reasonable citizen would ask, why is this legislature interested in changing this program? The answer is that the tax credit needs to be simplified. But why must simplification bring with it a reduction in benefits to those utilizing the program? The simplicity of a policy should never be held above the substance of that policy, and I worry that's what's occurring here. I find it of little significance that I need to fill out a two-sided worksheet once a year with my taxes, where I need to know where I went to school and when I graduated. What is significant to me, however, is the amount of support I am receiving from the state to help me pay off my loans. At a time where this state has been given a historic amount of money by the federal government, the proposed changes reduce the amount the state is willing to give to those who are already utilizing this program. I ask that you carefully consider the impact of these changes and refuse to drastically reduce the benefits given to those already using this tax credit and those who are imminently entering the workforce after graduation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do any committee members have questions for Mr. Demosthenes? Senator Breen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for joining us. My question is, do you think that if we were to change the program going forward and grandfather in folks like you who are already in the program, do you think that softens the blow somewhat, or what do you think of that idea of I can't claim to know everything that was in the work group and those recommendations, so I'm not sure if that was in it or not, but I would ask your opinion on that.
Sure, I think that first off, grandfathering certainly would make this sting a bit less. But I think importantly, I believe Senator Puyat's bill started in 2023, as he was discussing, which allowed those who are graduating this year, who have a solid amount of loans over the course of, for me, 3 years in law school, to not, as you have said, have the rug pulled out from under them, all of a sudden, having a drastic reduction. So I think that would be helpful. But I also think it's important to keep in mind that there are people in school now who have already taken out loans who might not be utilizing the program currently, but certainly plan to in the next 1, 2, or 3 years.
Are you all set, Senator Breen? Senator Pouliot.
Thank you. And Jake, thank you very much for your testimony. Super helpful. So we definitely grappled with that in the work group. And I think the big thing that we landed on was the refundability piece. So right now the credit's only refundable. So you're getting that benefit. You must have some form of tax liability, either that or you have a STEM degree, because if people don't have the tax liability, they get nothing or they're a very reduced amount. And so that's the quandary, right? Which is, how do we help, tens of thousands of Maine people that have no income tax liability, but are still saddled with student loan debt? How do we help them? And in order to do that, we needed to make it refundable for everybody. That's kind of like the Trump card, if you will. Sorry for those of you that don't like Trump, but that's the only word I can come up with for right now. So, that was a challenge because we're trying to balance equity for all with the fact that the program's great right now for people who have gotten into it and have the tax liability or are STEM recipients. But for those two cohorts, not a whole lot of benefit to the program. So there's people that might qualify for more under the current program, but aren't able to take it because they don't have the tax liability unless they're a STEM person. So this is kind of what we landed on. I agree with you completely, though. It'd be nice to find a way, like I mentioned, to kind of grandfather people in. And so what I'm wondering, I guess my question for you is, if we were to look at it, people who are already, because one of the challenges among many is that DAFS has a hard time determining like who's a STEM recipient, who's not, and then administering this, but they already have records about who has qualified for the program. So maybe saying, okay, we've already identified these people qualify. We don't have to go through administrative morass to figure out if they do or don't or whatever. We're going to put them into a category here and maybe say like for a 2-year period of time or a 3-year period of time. But I don't think that it's going to be, I don't think we have the financial ability to do it for a long time, because this already significantly increased the cost of the program. I'm wondering, what are your thoughts on that? Like maybe going just you're already qualified like 2 or 3 years more, and then it would go to what everyone's getting.
Well, I think that there are 2 points there. First, I don't think necessarily there needs to be a one-size-fits-all solution for everybody. Certainly, I think we can find a way to make those people who don't have tax liabilities have access to that fully refundable credit, where those who do have tax liabilities can perhaps take more than or have a higher cap for that. And I'm forgetting the second half of your question, but I think centrally, even if it's just a few more years, and although that would be a huge help undoubtedly, but even if it is just a few more years, that's the first, the lifetime cap is a huge hit on this, which essentially makes however many years less important. Whereas, the annual cap, if there's no lifetime cap, you could keep going and pay off your loans. And so that's where I stand on that. I think that after 3 years, you still haven't paid off a lot of your loans, even, certainly not the majority of your loans in most cases. So those are my concerns from my point of view, but certainly I do understand why the refundable credit was chosen and how it would expand this to more people. However, I do think that there can be more flexibility in the legislation.
Thank you so much. Any other questions for Mr. Demosthenes? Not seeing any. Thank you so much for being with us today. Next up is Sarah Austin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And good afternoon, Senator Breen and Representatives Peirce and Terry and members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs and Taxation Committees. My name is Sarah Austin. I'm the Director of Policy and Research at the Maine Center for Economic Policy. The surplus Maine expects is a massive opportunity to invest in Maine's workforce through providing affordable childcare, paid family medical leave, and wages for care workers and other service providers in our communities. The surplus is also a powerful antidote to the problems that are plaguing Maine communities, like the opioid epidemic, lack of affordable housing and behavioral health services, and lack of affordable higher education and training. MISEP urges this committee to prioritize transformative investments in Maine's communities that will improve opportunities for the Mainers that are struggling the most right now. We support many of the tax sections that are proposed by the governor, as they are directed towards specific affordability issues like student debt, the high cost of housing, and encouraging work while coming at a modest cost to state revenues that the state is expecting. For the governor's proposal to spend half the surplus on payments back to taxpayers, we strongly suggest alternative approaches that can get cash to low-income households struggling most with price increases, while allowing for more revenues to be put back into providing solutions to the workforce, affordable housing, and other needs. So Part L of the budget, that is the payment, the $500 checks. But we at MISEP really understand the importance of cash and getting cash to low-income households, how important that is for providing for basic needs, but really strongly urge the committee to look at other options that will better target these resources and allow for revenues to be spent in other ways besides just sending out checks. So an alternative approach that I think I surfaced with this committee a month ago while looking at a similar bill is boosting the sales tax fairness credit by $500. This would cost only $160 million compared to the $411 that the governor proposes, and really gets the benefits to low-income households that need it most. So this is an alternative proposal that I've outlined in my testimony, in addition to making the state's child tax credit that is $300 refundable for families. There's been a huge effort over the past year to get more families signed up for the child tax credit, at the federal level and making it refundable at the state level, make sure that the low-income families that have been boosted by the federal credit aren't locked out of the state credit. Being unrefundable, low-income households that don't have large income tax liabilities aren't able to access that credit. So these two proposals are ways to, and that only costs $23 million per year. So these are options that we're putting forward that would cost less than what the governor has put forward in an effort to reserve more resources for other investments, like bigger investments in childcare, bigger investments in workforce issues that we're seeing right now, and doing more to support the workforces that rely on state revenues. And in addition to that, we're very supportive of the EITC and property tax fairness credit expansions that are proposed in this supplemental. The EITC is one of the biggest poverty fighting tax programs that have ever existed, and it does a lot to boost the workforce, encourage work, and improve outcomes for young children later in life. And the property tax fairness credit is a great way to help low-income households that are struggling with high housing costs right now. MISAP also is very supportive of the changes to the Opportunity Main program, especially because it is refundable, as we've heard some discussion of already. That is a crucial part to make sure that lower and middle income folks with high student loans are able to actually access this credit. So very supportive of that aspect. And finally, I just wanted to acknowledge that we're very supportive of the positions for the State Board of Property Tax Review. This is a really important but very niche issue that we have been following at MISAP. Many towns are facing appeals from box retailers that are getting held up at the State Board of Property Tax Review. And this not only creates liabilities in local budgets where cases that have been held up for 5 years that are piling up appeals after appeals for each property tax year. Local towns have to create a set-aside fund to make sure that they have money in the instance that they would have to pay that back if they eventually lose their case that could be many years away from when it is initially created. So Thomaston is an example of where this has happened. They only, I think this month, are going to be hearing a case that dates back to, I think, actually 2017 when it was filed. And they have been having to set aside resources in their budget every year just so that they're able to be ready for any way that that case falls. And at the same time, there are towns across the state that are having similar cases pop up because the board hasn't gotten to the case in Thomaston and at other towns. So the inability to set that precedent and really settle what the law is on some of these bigger cases is causing even more legal challenges for towns. Yes.
We are running a clock today. I just wanted to let you know you're over the 3 minutes. So if you might summarize, thanks.
Sure. Thank you. So very supportive of that and happy to bring more information on that issue for the work session if people are interested. So with that, I will conclude and thank you all so much for your time today and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Austin. Any questions from the committees? Seeing none, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you.
And last but not least, we have Bill Norbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair Pro Tem Cloutier, Senators Breen and Chipman, Representatives Peirce and Terry, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Bill Norbert. I'm the Governmental Affairs and Communications Manager at the Finance Authority of Maine. And I'm here to speak in support of two parts of the budget, the initiatives found in language Part G and Part H. The first change, Part G, there were already some questions about it, and the language really is about providing an income tax deduction for payments made by FAME on behalf of the Harold Alfond Foundation for participants in what's called the Alfond Leaders Program, who are residents of the state and employed by a Maine business. The deduction would apply to tax years beginning on or after January 1st, 2022. Now, this program is a privately funded program administered by FAME in partnership with the Harold Alfond Foundation. And the Student Debt Reduction Program provides loan repayment assistance to people who live and work in a STEM, designated occupation, science, technology, engineering, math, at a Maine-based employer. And these Alfond leaders can qualify for loan repayment up to half of their outstanding student loan balance, not to exceed $60,000. And it's a 6-year commitment. So after 3 years of working at this employer, they could have a maximum of up to $30,000 paid. And then after the next 3 years, another $30,000. And since the program's inception in 2017, over $6 million in student loan debt reduction has been awarded to over 200 Alfond leaders. And we think the program has been very good and very helpful to attracting and retaining great workforce, but also helping to contribute to the local economy through new taxes paid. We have heard, however, from these employees participating in the program and by some of their employers that at tax time, a drawback is the state considers this student debt repayment taxable income. And so this deduction would help take care of that, at least on the state level, not at the federal level. But this would really be appreciated by the participants in this program and by the Alfond Foundation and by FAME. So we're grateful for the inclusion of this language in the governor's budget. And then I'll just briefly say that we support as well the changes to the Opportunity Maine tax credit. We have long testified in taxation in support of a simpler, more expanded program. And we don't take a position on the technical questions that you're likely to struggle with about grandfathering in certain folks or the amount, but generally the idea of expanding this and taking away the overly complicated statutory language, we think will really help Maine a lot when it comes to workforce attraction and retention. So with that, I will respect your time and thank you for all your hard work and wish you the best of luck in your deliberations. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Norbert? Representative Terry. I think you're on mute.
There we go. I almost always have a question for Mr. Norbert.
Hello.
Hello, how are you? Thanks.
Good, how are you,
here.
Representative? Of course.
Good. Mr. Norbert, just so I'm 100% clear, the Alfond leaders credit that you administer will still be available to those folks with the passage of the new education opportunity tax credit, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
But there's one caveat. The
Okay.
program is deliberating whether to continue making new awards. So,
Okay.
But that's a separate matter, just about
Okay.
analyzing the program's future.
Okay. Terrific. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Oops.
Senator Breen.
Hi, Mr. Norbert.
Hi, Senator.
I'm wondering if you could tap into some of your professional resources and see what other states have done about the issue we are grappling with the educational opportunity tax credit, and how other states have resolved some of the things that we're grappling with in terms of grandfathering.
Well, I'm happy to take a look. I don't know how many other similar programs there are like this in the nation. As you know, it was the first in the nation, I believe. And of course, there are other student loan repayment programs in the nation. But as far as this tax credit for living and working in a state, I'm not sure how many there are, but I'm happy to look and see if there are and maybe how they deal with that, if they've changed it.
That'd be terrific.
Sure, happy to.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Norbert? Seeing none, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you.
So I think it looks like there's someone in the attendee list that it might be Senator Pouliot on his phone now.
I don't know that Madam Chair.
Yes.
You might ask that person if they could rename themselves to see if they're an attendee who wants to testify, but we're unclear who they are since it's just a phone number.
Okay, I don't see that option. It just allows me to rename them or remove them.
You can't rename them, but they could, and then we would know who they
Okay.
are.
So if whoever is calling in on their phone, if you want to rename yourself, that would be helpful.
We don't typically pull people over unless we're clear.
Okay.
Why they're here.
It might just be me. Am I talking on your screen now with the phone number?
You are.
Oh,
Yes.
well, then I'm the culprit. Sorry. I
Okay,
had to
no
move to
worries.
mobile.
Thanks, Senator. So I believe that's everyone who signed up to provide testimony today. And that concludes our public hearing with taxation for today. Tomorrow, we will be back at 10 a.m. with the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee, followed by Transportation at 11 and Labor and Housing at 1. And I just want to thank Judith Hannum, who's our committee clerk, and Maureen Dawson, who is our analyst in OFPR, who keep our AFA train on the tracks. Representative Pierce and Senator Breen, did I miss anything?
I think you did a great job. Thank you.
I agree.
Thank you. Thanks. So with that, we will adjourn. And I'll see y'all tomorrow morning.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.